All right, ladies, that concludes your practice. When your pin centers come back on, you can begin your competition. Good luck and good bowling.
Good morning and welcome to the sounds of NCAA Collegiate Bowling here at the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational. My name is Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro here on Bowl TV. We are just about set for day 2 to start. Our opening matches, Vanderbilt and Nebraska on lanes 9 and 10. Maryland Eastern Shore and North Carolina A&T on lanes 11 and 12 here at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Today's format a little bit different than yesterday. We had the Baker matches. Today will be 5 traditional games. So everybody sit tight. We'll take a look at the standings from day 1, as well as talk about everything else going on here at the ITRC in just a few minutes. So we are underway. Thanks again for joining us this morning. We'll be here all day and provide wire-to-wire coverage of the 2015 Prairie View. So thanks again. And welcome to Bowl TV.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, welcome back to Bolt TV. This is Matt Canizar and Aaron Smith, and you're watching Day 2 coverage of the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational here at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. Yesterday we saw 5 Baker matches, and today the format shifts a little bit, as Aaron mentioned, to 5 traditional team games, and the pace is going to be a little bit slower, but the excitement will be just as high as these 12 teams battle not only for the victory here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational, but for the win-loss records that will help them into the postseason as the season rolls on here. NCAA Bowling National Championships coming up in just a couple of months. So a lot of excitement building towards that as well. And each match today will help the teams towards their win-loss records for the season, and total pinfall will help determine the seeding for tomorrow's bracket match play here at the Invitational. So sit back, enjoy. Two of the top teams right now here on one of our featured pairs on 9 and 10. We have Nebraska and Vanderbilt, and our other featured pair, Maryland Eastern Shore and North Carolina A&T. Some of the best teams in the nation. We have 9 of the top 10 teams in the most recent poll competing this weekend. So as they move through the house, we'll have them on our 2 featured pairs. We appreciate everybody stopping by. If you have any questions, feel free to drop those in the chat room or find us on Facebook or Twitter. You can find the USBC on Facebook at the Sport of Bowling USBC and at USBC on Twitter. And for Aaron and myself, that would be at USBC Aaron and at USBC Matt on Twitter and Matt Canizar USBC on Facebook. If you happen to be in the neighborhood, come and join us. It is free to come in the doors here at the ITRC today. You can watch the top collegiate bowlers in person. Stands already filled with the variety of team colors. A lot of parents making a trip. And of course, local bowling fans stopping by. Definitely tight quarters here at the ITRC. We have 14 competition lanes here on this side of the wall. The building is split. The International Training and Research Center. So we've got 14 lanes on the training side and 6 on the research side. And the ability to take down the air wall to expand the competition side to 16 lanes. And the other 4 lanes are different lane surfaces so that the research crew can see how balls roll and how different things happen on various surfaces. But the ITRC, the home of Team USA and Junior Team USA, and really built for some top-notch training. They have some terrific technology here to help you with your game. Always open to the public, so any bowling fan or USBC member can come and get a half or full day lesson at the ITRC from the same coaches that coach Team USA. But right now we've handed the keys over, so to speak, to the great folks at Prairie View A&M, and they are putting on a terrific event here for these 12 teams, and it's a full house. Bleachers are full. Folks on step stools, and just a really great environment here at the ITRC. So if you're nearby, come on out. Check it out in person. Again, we'll have 5 team games. So each game roughly about an hour. And this is just game number 1. So still plenty of time left to make the trip out. And we'll be back at it bright and early tomorrow. Practice starts at 8 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Eastern And we'll be underway with one more traditional game at 9:25 Eastern, 8:25 Central. And then we'll get to the exciting best of 7 bracket to determine the winner at this year's event. Nebraska, the 2-time defending Prairie View A&M Invitational champion. Vanderbilt took home the title in 2012. And our defending NCAA champion, Sam Houston State University, here as well. Vanderbilt with a perfect third frame. Out to an early lead here against the Huskers. Again, pinfall will determine the seeding for tomorrow's match play. First day of competition. Fairleigh Dickinson out to the early lead. They'd won last week at the Kutztown Invitational. Lucas Wiseman was there, had that live on Bowl TV. You can check out the archives if you'd like. Fairleigh Dickinson 54-17 for their 25-game Baker total yesterday. Nebraska second at 53-93, followed by Vanderbilt 51-52 and Sam Houston State at 51-17. We did bowl a lot of games yesterday. Each of the 5 Baker matches was 5 games. And that will be added to today's 5 traditional team games. Definitely a long couple of days for these players, but they are athletes and ready for the challenge. Our featured pairs for the weekend here at the ITRC, lanes 9 through 12. And if you want to see who's coming up next, just go underneath your video feed. And we've got all 5 matches for today listed. Again, right now, Vanderbilt, Nebraska, Maryland Eastern Shore, and North Carolina A&T. Coming up next, tournament host Prairie View A&M against Sam Houston State. And Valpo versus Stephen F. Austin. Rest of the way, check that out. Aaron also has put the day 1 standings link underneath your video because he is a champion of Bowl TV. Hardest working man in the live stream booth.
There's only 2 of us, though. I think if we're going to talk about hard workers, we need to commend the staff here at the International Training and Research Center making this event possible. Nick Bohannon, Kim Terrell Kearney, and the rest of their staff always put on fantastic events here in Arlington, Texas, and just another showcase. And it shows. Have teams from all over the country. 9 out of the top 10 in the standings are in the overall rankings for the year. So Prairie View may be young, only its 4th running, but certainly a prestigious title to add to the resume. Nebraska, the 2-time defending champion. And the way we saw them finish yesterday, they look poised to make a run at number 3.
Certainly no shortage of talent here at the ITRC this weekend. Again, 9 of the top 10 teams in the rankings. Making their way here, some of the players saying this even their favorite trip of the year. You know, tonight, after competition's over, all the players will sit down for dinner and then have the opportunity to tour the International Bowling Museum and Hall of Fame, which is part of the International Bowling Campus here. Also the home of the United States Bowling Congress and Bowling Proprietors Association of America. So a lot happening here on just a couple of acres. Vanderbilt with a couple of opens there after the perfect third frame, and this match pretty close here, nearing the halfway point. North Carolina A&T, Maryland Eastern Shore, pretty evenly matched early here in game number 1 for today. All right, so we've reached the halfway point here in our first match, Vanderbilt and Nebraska. And no doubt these two teams are going to give us a nail-biter, an exciting finish.
They were the two teams in the finals last year of the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Nebraska coming out on top when it was all said and done.
Still a long way to go today. Halfway through the first game of 5. A lot of pins out there. Fairleigh Dickinson tops the standings after day 1. But Nebraska and Vanderbilt not far behind.
Match on 11 and 12, Maryland Eastern Shore and North Carolina A&T still pretty close as well. Always a little tough to tell in these traditional 5-player matches unless someone really comes out of the gates firing, but as quickly as you pile up those strikes, if you run into some transition, maybe a few bad breaks, it can go away just as quickly. All 4 of these teams currently ranked in the top 10 of the NCAA polls. Just pretty impressed with the North Carolina A&T squad at the Cat Clash back in November. It's really my first chance to get to see them compete, and they put on a nice show and competed with some of the bigger teams out there. So. Had a bit of a rough first day. They find themselves in 9th place overall, but as you said, Matt, still a lot of bowling to go. 6 games, or traditional games overall. We'll have 1 tomorrow to start, just so that every team in our 12-team field can have 1 match against, well, everyone in the field. And then the real excitement starts as we enter the best of 7 Baker match play bracket. All 12 teams will make it to the bracket and compete in 3 rounds. So it's not your traditional bracket where if you lose the match, you get sent to a different bracket or you're out of the tournament. So every team gets the opportunity to bowl those 3 matches. But teams can only move up or fall in the standings so much based on their seeding. So you have to be ranked so high in the standings to actually have a shot at the win going into tomorrow. So your qualifying total, extremely important for the short term. The win-loss, important for the long term. As teams hit the home stretch looking to make their way to St. Louis in April for the NCAA championships.
Well, we'll certainly have a clearer picture at the end of today as to how things might shake up tomorrow. And then once we get done with tomorrow's traditional game, we'll get those brackets laid out for you. And it will all make sense, we promise. Aaron Smith is a collegiate bowling whiz. He's been to many events this year in his career. He's a Cat Clash veteran.
I think I've live streamed more collegiate events than I actually bowled in, so got that going for me, which is nice.
A little different perspective here at the NCAA events, of course. Only women's programs, part of NCAA bowling. And the format's much different. Again, we're going to see a little bit of everything here this weekend. And certainly a true test of versatility for the players and the opportunity to understand the importance of Baker competition, but the magnitude of having a stacked lineup in traditional team play, where obviously individual players can have a much bigger impact. But yesterday, five game Baker matches. Each player only bowls 2 frames each game. And today, all 5 players will bowl an entire game for the traditional old school, old-fashioned. That's the way bowling was for so long. And then, of course, tomorrow, the best of 7 Baker matches, and it's going to get real exciting here towards the end. So don't forget to tune in for that.
Possibly be a turning point in the match here on 9 and 10. Starting the 7th frame, Nebraska has slight advantage, but although both teams haven't opened, their 4th and 5th bowlers, Julia Bond and Liz Culkin, both working on a few strikes in a row. They could certainly open this match up with a solid 7th frame. No strikes for Vanderbilt in the 6th frame. North Carolina A&T so far with a nice 5th and 6th frame. Maryland Eastern Shores let a few frames get away from them. Just a reminder to everyone watching, if this is not the, or if you're hoping to see one of your teams later in the day, be sure to check out the lineup below the video in the description area. Click show more if it's not showing already. We have matches 6 through 10 listed down there. Coming up next, Prairie View A&M and Sam Houston State will be on 9 and 10. Valparaiso and Stephen F. Austin on 11 and 12. So if you have a particular rooting interest, be sure to check that out, and make sure to let everybody know on social media as well that you're tuning into Bowl TV to support your team. Certainly feel free to follow the United States Bowling Congress on all of its social networks. Twitter at USBC. The Sport of Bowling is on Facebook at facebook.com/USBC. Of course, you're watching us on Bowl TV right now, youtube.com/Bowl TV. Please subscribe to our channel. Of course, the one-stop shop for all your information, bowl.com. You can see a brief recap of day one, and we'll put another recap up when we're all said and done here after day two. And if you're feeling real adventurous today, be sure to follow Matt Cannizzaro and myself on Twitter at USBC Matt and at USBC Aaron. If you have to choose one, choose me, because Matt has way more followers. It's getting out of control. But that's all right. Stepping up on lane 10, Liz Culkin looking to make it 4 in a row. That shot right off her hand, never had a chance. Uncharacteristic miss from her. We saw her put on a show yesterday to end our broadcast. Delivering all 3 strikes in the 10th. To help Nebraska to a 1-pin victory over Central Missouri. You can always check out the archives of our YouTube events. Once again, youtube.com/Bowl TV. Nice shot by Corey Smith for North Carolina A&T. They've been looking good. Trying to extend their lead here as they start the 7th frame. Kenzie Robinson of North Carolina A&T makes it 5 in a row. As her team continues to hold the advantage over Maryland Eastern Shore here in the early going. Nebraska still looking good so far as they get ready to close the 8th frame. Culkin rebounds nicely after the errant shot in the 7th frame. Robin Renslow looking to add a strike of her own here for her first double of the game for Vandy. Finish off a 280 Baker game for the Commodores on during yesterday's competition here live on Bowl TV. That is a little bit different result though, staring down the 4-7-10.
Aaron, we've got strings of strikes all around us here on this 38-foot NCAA 2 pattern. And certainly a challenging pattern, but these talented players are getting the job done. Some big scores yesterday.
You'd have to imagine a lot of these teams, especially after yesterday, keeping the same pattern throughout. Definitely got to feel a little bit more comfortable out there today.
Well, anytime you get one day to take a look at it, you're going to feel good or bad about it, make some decisions based on your performance then, but have to expect also the transition will be a lot different. Here with the traditional team games, a little more traffic, or at least different kind of traffic than there was yesterday during Baker. So no doubt they take all of that into consideration. These many of these coaches, former players, and understand what it takes to succeed at this level. Not only from a bowling standpoint, but from standing up and yelling for 6 or 7 hours at a time. So a good mix, I think, of the coaches, some talented female coaches with that perspective, and then some longtime coaches like Bill Straub here for Nebraska. Many, many years and much success.
Happy to see Bill back here after some health issues last year, so I'm sure the ladies at Nebraska excited as well to have him back. Certainly shown in the overall performance they've put on this year. Very well-deserved #1 ranking. Matt Canzaro, I'll lean on your expertise as a former collegiate player, as well as some time in the coaching role as well at your alma mater, the University of Florida. When you have events like this, and obviously USBC collegiate events work a little bit different than the NCAA, but certainly plenty of events where kind of go back and forth between the traditional games and the Baker games, and just in your opinion, what do you think are some of the keys to success to make that transition, especially after a long day of one or the other and having to switch gears almost completely to get in a whole different mindset?
Well, Mr. Smith, back in my day when I was a youngster, we most of our events, not only were they contested on house shots, it predated sport bowling. That's how long ago that was. But we would bowl typically 6 team games or so on Saturday, and then Sunday morning would essentially be a round of Bakers, whether it be 8 or 16 Baker games, and then potentially make a cut to some sort of bracket or step ladder. Baker's always going to be more exciting. Of course, you get only 2 shots at it, and it's an all-for-one type of thing. Of course, you're bowling just one game, and I think at that point, the pace being faster, you just have more invested in it, and that's what team bowling is about. In this format, the league format, certainly slower. You have a lot of time in between shots. It takes away some of the excitement level, and I think towards the end of my career, we started getting towards like sectionals, for example, was at that point all Bakers, so 64 Baker games. And so you're at that highest level of excitement for the entire 2 days. And, of course, at the end of that, the top 4 teams would advance to the Intercollegiate Team Championships. So it certainly has changed quite a bit in that time. And now, of course, with more challenging conditions, spare shooting has become so much more important, too. But I think there's nothing like Baker play, and if only there was a way we could work that into post-collegiate competition. I think a lot of folks who either didn't go to college to bowl or haven't had that experience would really enjoy it.
A lot of solid points there, and of course, the big mention of the tougher patterns compared to a few years ago. Obviously, sport bowling trying to put out truer patterns and make shot making at a premium. And the best part about it is these kids certainly do not shy away from wanting to bowl on the tougher stuff. Almost look forward to it compared to something where even back a few years younger than you, but that was something where growing up you didn't see too much of it. It was something you almost had to, if you found something, you made sure to go there and kind of test your skill, but it's so available now for these kids, and obviously most of these events test on tougher shots, and they're really building a future for themselves by testing themselves on these tougher patterns and really helping us build a future for the sport as well.
Well, they're seeing it at every level now. We didn't have high school bowling either, and now that's the fastest growing varsity sport at the high school level. And so, the sport bowling, the tougher patterns, they're making their way out there, and the youth bowlers are seeing that in youth programs as they get ready for junior gold. So by the time they get to high school, they're already familiar with the challenges of sport bowling and what it takes to succeed there. And then they're progressing again through junior gold, Team USA, junior Team USA, into the collegiate ranks. And now for these ladies, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but on the horizon, the PWBA is back. And 10 years ago, top players like Deandras Beatty, Missy Parkin, they left college really with no bowling to be done. A few opportunities with the Queens in the U.S. Open, and those who chose to join the Professional Bowlers Association and PBA, Missy Parkin, Kelly Kulik, Liz Johnson, go out there and find success. But a lot, took their collegiate bowling experiences, got their degrees, and went out in the real world. But now there's another option coming up this summer. So the PWBA is back, and it all ties into a future for the sport and a next level. So I think as they progress now, from youth bowling and the introduction of sport bowling, we're going to see some pretty spectacular talent out there on that PWBA tour, come this summer. And it's a 3-year commitment, so it's not going anywhere for a while. And should it get the support and success that we're hoping for, it could just be the start.
Future certainly looking bright. And right now we're certainly looking at the 10th frame between Vanderbilt and Nebraska. Vanderbilt has their work cut out for them. Jasmine Mason working on 4 in a row for the Cornhuskers. She'll be up on lane 9 in just a second. Our other match, Mackenzie Robinson, finish off another nice frame for North Carolina A&T. She's only missed once this game. Maryland Eastern Shore has clawed their way back with a pretty solid 8th and 9th frame, working on a few strikes going into the 10th. So certainly nothing decided yet on 11 and 12. Fantastic start to the day for Nebraska's Jasmine Mason, one of the newest members of Junior Team USA. Starting her day with 236.
So Aaron, we look around and again we see the kind of the difference between team bowling or team games compared to Baker's, but just one pair to our left. Folks can't see it at home, but a little bit of a struggle at the top of the lineup, 160, 190, 190. But then you got 250 and possible 260 at the bottom. So those two players are going to help even that out. You get 3 or 4 even to toss a couple big games, and it certainly changes the dynamic than what we saw yesterday in the Bakers. But that's the cool thing about these NCAA events is that variety. You don't see that too often anymore. When you do go to tournaments, it's kind of the same all the way through. But just like any long duration event, you're going to see that the top bowlers kind of rise to the top over that many games, as opposed to a sprint or a quick finish, or even the Baker style. Yesterday we finished the day with the top 4 teams in the country, and it is possible that we'll end tomorrow that way as well.
Certainly wouldn't be surprised, but as tough as this field is, mentioned a lot so far, 9 of the top 10 in the country have made their way to Arlington, Texas. We got a 12-team field, so that's pretty unbelievable to get such a strong group all together like this.
Well, they're getting down towards the end of their regular season, so it's time to get the games in, test yourself, gauge yourself against the best, and certainly we're going to see some Great bowling here coming down in the 10th frame of both matches.
Nebraska's starting to finish things up here. Vanderbilt, a few too many opens here. They're not going to be able to make it up. Much closer on 11 and 12 right now. Maryland Eastern Shore trying to rally back here. North Carolina A&T strong in the middle of the game. But the Hawks of UMES put the pressure on here late. There's Valerie Riggin up on lane 12. Unable to double to kick off the 10th. This is where the advantage definitely in North Carolina A&T's favor. All working on strikes, and two of their bowlers multiple strikes, including Kristen Shin stepping up on 11. She'll gladly take that. North Carolina chance to put some distance here. Nice performance by North Carolina A&T's Kristen Shin, finishing up with 247. Maryland Eastern Shore's Tatiana Munoz doubles up. It looks like they're going to need some help here from their opponents. North Carolina A&T to get the W when it's all said and done. Nebraska's cruising. They will improve their record. To 5-1 for the tournament. Just a matter of the final tally now. Once again, match 7 will take place as soon as teams get to the lanes after this.
So that game just took about an hour. So if you're in the neighborhood, got about 4 hours left to get here. And check it out in person.
Yeah, no cost to come into the ITRC and check it out. Might be tough finding a seat though. This place jam-packed with supportive parents and family and friends. So
There's a BYOS. Bring your own seat.
Nebraska records the 10:58 to 9:14 victory over Vanderbilt. North Carolina A&T's Mackenzie Robinson stepping up on 11. She's struck on 8 out of 9 shots. Continues strong, 268 still out there for the sophomore out of Detroit. Not gonna lie, Matt, doing the Cat Clash this year, kind of mentioned earlier, was pretty impressed with North Carolina A&T for a program that I honestly wasn't too familiar with, and Mackenzie Robinson really put on a great show there, especially put up some nice games, nice performances on Bowl TV, and she, once again, not disappointing. This youngster has a bright future ahead of her, and is throwing a lot of strikes here. Not there, but 250s, that's all right.
Well, NCAA bowling certainly has given a lot of players the opportunity to excel and go to college. And many of the schools not previously part of the bowling world, but bowling has allowed them to get in the game. And we're seeing programs start from scratch and in just a couple of years really evolve.
Mackenzie finishes off 256 to help North Carolina A&T to a 1069 to 10-12 victory over Maryland Eastern Shore. So match 6 in the books. Match 7 coming up in just a few minutes. Prairie View A&M taking on Sam Houston State on 9-10. Valpo and Stephen F. Austin on 11-12, folks. So don't go too far. We'll be right back. Match 7, just a few minutes as teams move around. So thanks again for taking some time out of your Saturday morning to join us here on Bowl TV. We'll be here through match 10 and then, of course, all day tomorrow until we crown a champion. Ow! All right, folks, we're underway in match number 7, already in the 3rd frame on both of our featured pairs. To your left on 9 and 10, Prairie View A&M, our host here at the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational, taking on defending NCAA national champions, the Sam Houston State Bearcats, coached by Brad Hagan. On lanes 11 and 12, Stephen F. Austin taking on Valparaiso University. This is the second match of the day on the 38-foot NCAA number 2 pattern. Same pattern these athletes competed on yesterday. A little different format today, though. If you've been tuning in all along, obviously you knew that we had Baker competition yesterday. We're going to the traditional 5-player games today. We'll be here matches 6 through 10. For tomorrow, we will start off with match number 11, just another traditional game, so everyone in the 12-team field can have one game against the entire field. We'll follow that up with best of 7 Baker match play until we crown champion here. So wire-to-wire coverage of the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invite at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. We're happy to provide this excellent NCAA coverage here on Bowl TV and look forward to a few more events this year on the collegiate level. Coming up in just a few weeks, Lucas Wiseman will be in the great state of Indiana for the Hoosier Classic, the final big event of the USBC collegiate season prior to sectionals kicking off in March. So Bowl TV, the place to be if you enjoy collegiate bowling. quick update on the standings in just a few moments. We'll go ahead and read them down for you. Fairleigh Dickinson is still in the lead, although very close between them and Nebraska. Sam Houston State moved into third. Fairleigh Dickinson 64-70, Nebraska 64-51, Sam Houston State 61-87, Stephen F. Austin 61-22, Maryland Eastern Shore 60-83. Rounds out your top five: Vanderbilt 6th, Central Missouri 7th, North Carolina A&T 8th, Arkansas State 9th, Alabama State 10th, Prairie View 11th, Valpo 12th. Fairleigh Dickinson, Nebraska, and Sam Houston all improved to a 5-1 so far for the week in the win-loss total. Once again, the total pinfall for today's event determines how the teams will be seeded for tomorrow's Baker match play bracket. So that affects the short term, the long term. The win-loss goes towards their season-long total. Helps determine who will make it to St. Louis in April for the NCAA National Championships.
All right, folks, you're watching live coverage of the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational being held here at the International Bowling Campus. We're inside the ITRC, and we're just past the halfway point of game number 2 of 5 traditional team games today. Yesterday was all about the Baker. Today, switch things up a little bit as we head towards our final goal of best of 7 Baker match play. We'll see that tomorrow afternoon as things wind down and we get ready to see who our 2015 winner will be. Nebraska, the 2-time defending champ here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Vanderbilt took home the inaugural title in 2012. But we do have 9 of the top 10 ranked teams in the country. So no doubt this should be an exciting conclusion to this year's event. Today might be a little bit slower paced, but tomorrow is going to be exciting. We do appreciate everybody stopping by, giving us part of your weekend. And if you missed any of yesterday's exciting Baker matches, you can check out the archives at youtube.com/bowltv. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. That way you'll be up to date on everything happening here in the bowling world. And a recap of yesterday's action on bowl.com. Also, if you're feeling curious, you can check out some of the new USBC initiatives at bowl.com/a-future for the sport. Some cool things happening at USBC, and all with the future of bowling in mind. So take a look at that. If you have any questions along the way today, feel free to drop them in the chat room or find us on Facebook or Twitter at USBC Matt, at USBC Aaron. This is Matt Canizaro. Aaron Smith in the building as well. Please sit back, enjoy the rest of game number 2. We've got some excitement brewing here on one of our featured pairs, lanes 9 and 10. We've got tournament host Prairie View A&M against the defending NCAA national champions, Sam Houston State Bearcats. Our other featured pair is Valparaiso and Stephen F. Austin. Fourth bowler for Prairie View with the front 6 here. A lot of strikes being thrown for Sam Houston as well. Second bowler, 5 out of 6. There's the Bearcats. Took home last year's championship trophy. It is now deep in the heart of Texas. Huntsville, to be exact. Just outside of Houston. About 4.5 hours south of the ITRC. We're located in Arlington, Texas, the home of Team USA and Junior Team USA. And a fantastic training location for any bowler. A lot of people think the ITRC is for elite players only, but that is very false. Anybody interested in improving can come here, spend a day or half a day with the Team USA coaches. Some terrific technology to analyze your game from all angles. Now the front seven for Prairie View's Brittany Kinney, a sophomore from Kansas City. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Got the standings going on our score monitors here, so we'll get you an update on that if you're just tuning in or didn't catch it when Aaron went over that a few minutes ago. But total pins over the 3 days will determine the seeding for bracket match play at the end of the weekend. Yesterday, all 12 teams bowled 25 Baker games. 5-game individual matches, each one counting towards their overall season win-loss record. Total pins carrying over to today. 5 traditional team games. Fairleigh Dickinson on top, followed by Nebraska. Pretty closely, Sam Houston State, Stephen F. Austin, a distant third and fourth. Maryland Eastern Shore rounding out the top 5. Vanderbilt just outside in 6th place. Fairleigh Dickinson picked up a win last week at the Kutztown Invitational, so that momentum carrying over so far here as FDU is 5-1 through 6 matches here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Aaron Smith is back and ransacking the live stream booth here for the team rosters that I stole while he was away, because he too is curious. Who is this with the front 7 on lane 9?
I'm sure you've already informed everybody, Mr. Cannizzaro.
I do my best to be informative, especially in your absence.
Oh, I appreciate that, and so does Brittany Kinney.
We do have a question about live scoring for this event. Unfortunately, it's been kind of hit or miss over the last couple days. Not sure what the situation was, but we'll check it out, see if they got it fixed before we post the link. But of course, a little confusing with the format, at least yesterday, where teams switching back and forth and not knowing who's who. Even now, with no names on the scoreboard. But I have a feeling that many of the parents and fans who travel to these events keep the rest of the world pretty well informed.
Certainly a nice crowd on hand here for the 2015 Prairie View. ITRC is an intimate environment to begin with, and All the stands set up are being used right now. All the seats taken, so standing room only at the ITRC. Players and spectators alike. But right now, all eyes turning to lane 10. As Brittany Kinney steps up with the front 7. Make it 8 for the sophomore out of Kansas City. Talk about a match, too. Sam Houston State getting all they can handle right here, the defending NCAA national champions. Prairie View, our host for the event, putting on a show here. Valparaiso with the advantage in our other match as they hit the midway point of the 8th frame. Nice 8th frame though for Stephen F. Austin, trying to hang around here. Crusaders looking for 4 out of 5 of their own. Tori Decker unable to finish off the 8th frame with a strike. Stephen F. Austin still hanging around.
It does appear that the live scoring is working, so I added the link underneath the video window there. Hopefully cooperates.
Nice break for Prairie View's Lindsay Rodriguez to make it 5 strikes in a row to sub the 10th. Sam Houston's Heather Pennizer, hope I got that right, Just working on 5 in a row up until the 9th there. No problem converting the 6-10. Couldn't ask for a much closer match here on 9 and 10. These teams trading strikes back and forth all game. All right, stepping up on lane 9, Brittany Kinney, front 8. Hits high, trips out the 4-7. We got the front 9, folks. That Prairie View proud here. Letting it be known, they're proud of her. Impressive performance from this Prairie View team, going toe-to-toe with the defending national champions. Janine Kuahara stepping up for Sam Houston State to finish up the 9th. Working on 3 in a row, looking to make it 4. Unable to get the 10 to fall. Slight advantage is going to go to Prairie View. Despite an open, working on 4 strikes, 3 of them multiple. Valparaiso still keeping Stephen F. Austin at about a 100-pin difference.
Well, we're guaranteed an exciting finish here again. First game we had Vanderbilt and Nebraska, 2 powerhouses, and now tournament hosts taking on the defending national champions for what could be a pretty nice confidence boost. Prairie View 11th. Just ahead of Valparaiso after yesterday and 1 game today. The hometown fans, or Prairie View fans at least, are going wild.
They certainly have good reason to. This is a fantastic performance here against the 2014 NCAA national champion Bearcats. Really looking at home on this 38-foot pattern. Stephen F. Austin. Just going to need some help here if we're going to want to sneak out this victory. Nice shot by Valpo's Catherine Salatis to kick off the 10th after an open in the 9th frame. Just a reminder, folks, we still have 3 more matches coming up after this live on Bowl TV today. So don't go anywhere. Especially don't go anywhere right now. Prairie View A&M and Sam Houston going toe-to-toe. Prairie View's Brittany Kinney with the front 9. She'll be up in just a moment. Right now, Lindsay Rodriguez putting on a show, though. She's going to be in the 240s with a nice count here. So a nice 240 from Sam Houston's Heather Pennizer. For those of you curious who's coming up next, be sure to check the description area below the video and click show more if it's not showing already. Had a question about Fairleigh Dickinson. They'll be here in match number 9 taking on Vanderbilt. Match 8, Central Missouri and Valpo, and Sam Houston State and Arkansas State coming up in just a few minutes. .242 in the books for Prairie View's Lindsay Rodriguez. Sam Houston State still in this, but they might need some help down the stretch here. That did not help the case. A single pin miss. All right, folks, Matt Cannizzaro, it's time. Prairie View A&M's Brittany Kinney stepping up on lane 10 with the front 9. Here's her first shot of the 10th. Comes in a little light on the head pin. Great run, though. Leaves the 2-5. Perhaps the nerves caught up a little bit on that one. Got a little fast through it. So looked online off her hand. Just didn't make it quite back. But what a performance. She made a much better shot than I did on Wednesday night with the front 9. So especially under much tougher conditions. No problem with the spare. She's going to be in the 270s. Prairie View is going to take the match as well. 224 and a 10-16 to finish for Sam Houston.
If you're keeping score at home too, individually, it looks like Central Missouri's Mary Wells, junior Team USA member, 257 start, 278 in game 2. There were a couple players to our left. We'll certainly keep an eye on the individual standings as the day progresses. But, just as a side note, of course, this is all about the team and the team event. Sam Houston State will fall. Prairie View A&M.
Sam Houston will follow to 5-2. Yep. Prairie View will move up to 3-4. They're looking to improve on their seed for tomorrow's match play as well. Gonna have a nice number here, closing in on 1,100. All right, that'll wrap up the victory for Prairie View A&M, 1085 to 1016 over Sam Houston State. Valparaiso victorious 978 to 885 over Stephen F. Austin. That will conclude match 7. Match 8 will be here before you know it. Central Missouri, we were just talking about Mary Wells coming to our feature pair. They'll be taking on Valparaiso on 9 and 10. Sam Houston State moving to 11. Looks like Alabama State will be up on, and joining them on 12. All right, folks, match number 8 underway. Valparaiso and Central Missouri on lanes 9 and 10. Sam Houston State and Alabama State over on 11 and 12. After this, we'll still have 2 more matches today. We'll be through 10 of the 11 overall matches. Tomorrow's competition will kick off with 1 more traditional game before we get into the Baker match play portion of the event. Until we crown a champion right here on Bowl TV. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro. I want to thank everyone for tuning in for our wire-to-wire coverage of the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational. If you're looking for a list of teams competing for the rest of the day, be sure to check below the video. Go to the description area. If you don't see the team list, please click Show More. You'll see all the matches remaining today. So if there's a particular school you are following or would like to see a little bit later in the day, please let us know who you're cheering for, and let folks know on Facebook too to turn into Bowl TV and check out your favorite schools. Of course, you can follow the United States Bowling Congress on social media as well, on Twitter at USBC. Sport of Bowling is on Facebook, facebook.com/USBC. Your watch us on Bowl TV on youtube.com/Bowl TV. And of course, the one-stop shop for all information, bowl.com. Had a question about the individual standings. We will include those in the recap story later tonight. We'll do our best to give you a brief rundown as they pop up on the screens here. Standings up after match 7. Nebraska now in the lead at 75-40, 2 pins ahead of Fairleigh Dickinson. Sam Houston in 3rd, 72-05. Maryland Eastern Shore 71-38 in 4th. Arkansas State 5th, 70-81. Central Missouri, Vanderbilt 7th. Stephen F. Austin 8th. North Carolina A&T 9th. Prairie View 10th. Valpo 11th. Alabama State sitting in 12th. There's a very fast rundown of our top 12. Fairleigh Dickinson 6-1. Nebraska fell to 5-2 there, along with Sam Houston State. Looks like Mary Wells is at 5:35 after 2. Matt Cannizzaro is reporting, look to be correct. She's high on the individual standings so far. A little tough to read the names from where we're sitting at right now. So we are lucky enough to have Mary Wells in our feature pair. She is stepping up on lane number 9, looking to take care of her spare here. She opened in the 2nd frame. So unfortunately 800 now out of the works for Mary, but still a lot of pins left to get. Brittany Kinney of Prairie View, who we just saw shoot 278, also above the 500 mark for 2 games individually. She's sitting in second. Once again, a rundown of standings. Nebraska 2 pins ahead of Fairleigh Dickinson. They got about 300 pins over Sam Houston State in third, Maryland Eastern Shore 4th, Arkansas State 5th, Central Missouri 6th, Vanderbilt 7th, Stephen F. Austin 8th, North Carolina A&T 9th, Prairie View A&M 10th, Valparaiso 11th, and Alabama State in 12th, rounding out your standings here. So there is the information. Through match 7. Thanks again for tuning in. We'll be here for match 8, 9, and 10 today. And back at it early tomorrow for match 11. Before bracket play starts up. If you're curious at the live stream schedule for this event and other events coming up, please go to bowl.com/livestream. We'll have a list of events. Lucas Wiseman going to the Hoosier Classic, the final big event of the USBC collegiate regular season in just a few weeks. Still have a few NCAA events on the schedule as well coming up. That'll get filled out as we get closer to those events. Right now, match 8. Valpo, Central Missouri, Sam Houston State, Alabama State. Enjoy. middle of the 7th frame here in match number 8 at the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational. Central Missouri having no problems right now against Valparaiso. Big story about that match. Mary Wells coming in, the anchor bowler for Central Missouri, coming in, making the turn at 535. Not finding the same success she had on the other pairs so far here on 9 and 10, but still doing all right and helping her team to a pretty sizable lead so far. On 11 and 12, Alabama State looking to get their first victory of the tournament. Now looking to do so against the defending NCAA national champions. Sam Houston State struggling a little bit here. We had them on Bowl TV last game as well, ended up falling to Prairie View A&M. In a back and forth match. Alabama State putting themselves in position here. Steal a win from the Bearcats. Still have 2 more matches coming up after this today. In match number 9, Nebraska coming back to our featured pair to take on Maryland Eastern Shore. We'll also have Vanderbilt and Fairleigh Dickinson. Match 10, North Carolina A&T will be taking on Stephen F. Austin. We'll also be joined by Arkansas State and Prairie View A&M. Of course, we'll have a recap of all of today's events later on bowl.com, so be sure to check that out. And of course, be sure to tune in tomorrow. Bright and early on Super Bowl Sunday for some Super Bowling. We'll be turning on the cameras at 8:30 a.m. local time, 9:30 Eastern. For match 11, followed directly after by the Baker match play portion of the event until we can crown champion here at the 2015 event. So reserve some time before your tailgating starts to join us on Bowl TV. We always appreciate the support, and thanks for taking part of your weekend to join us here. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro. 8th frame underway here in match 8. We'll give you a quick recap of the standings through match 7. Nebraska on top, 75-40, 2 pins ahead of Fairleigh Dickinson. We'll see both teams next match. Sam Houston State in 3rd, Maryland Eastern Shore in 4th, Arkansas State 5th, Central Missouri 6th, Vanderbilt 7th, Stephen F. Austin 8th, North Carolina A&T 9th, and Prairie View A&M 10th, Valpo 11th, and Alabama State in 12th place. Fairleigh Dickinson with a 6-1 record. Nebraska and Sam Houston 5-2. Sam Houston's going to have to figure out a way to avoid going 5-3 unless they figure something out in these next few frames. Individually through 2 games. Mentioned Mary Wells already. She's on top. Brittany Kinney second. Jasmine Mason from Nebraska. Brooke Wood and Sarah Locker from Arkansas State round out the top 5. Central Missouri is still cruising against Valpo. Fantastic 8th frame for Alabama State. Nothing but strikes to increase their lead against the Bearcats. 10th frame now getting underway in match number 8. Central Missouri in very good position against Valparaiso to take home the win and put up a nice number as well. Despite 2 opens from Alabama State, they're still looking pretty good against Sam Houston State over on 11 and 12. So they are working on a few strikes. You never know what can happen here in the 10th frame. Alabama State still looking for its first win. 0-7 so far in this tournament. They've looked pretty comfortable so far on 11 and 12. Can they keep it going for one more frame? Alabama State not slowing down in the 10th frame. Did have their second bowler open, but they're putting the defending national champs in a very tough position. They're going to be looking at pretty good here to get their first win. Central Missouri, just a matter of a final score now. Haley Richard striking a lot this game, and an unfortunate slip of the foot in the 6th frame. She covered the spare though. And now she's shooting 260 the hard way. Or has a chance to shoot 260 still. To lead the Jennies here in match number 8. Had a question about Mary Wells. She is on the team for Junior Team USA coming up in 2015. She's been there a few times before, and we get at least one more year to represent the USA. Coming up next, Nebraska taking on Maryland Eastern Shore in match 9. We'll also have Vanderbilt and Fairleigh Dickinson coming up. That'll be just a few minutes after we finish up here with match number 8. Just a few shots to go. Alabama State's going to get their first win. Talk about 10th frame for Central Missouri. 4 out of the 5 bowlers delivering doubles. Now push him above 1,100 with a decent count here. That was decent enough. 1102 to 900. Central Missouri over Vanderbilt. Alabama State going to register the win, 984. So have to see what Sam Houston will finish with. Sam Houston State finishes 897. Alabama State 984. So match 8 all done here on our feature pairs. Once again, Nebraska and Maryland Eastern Shore, along with Vanderbilt taking on Fairleigh Dickinson, coming up next in match number 9. So don't go too far. This is Aaron Smith and Matt Cannizzaro covering the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational. We'll be ready to go in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on Bowl TV. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Hey, I pulled my dad my ass. That's what you wanted, and I did it.
Right now we've settled in for our 4th match of the day. We've got Nebraska back on our featured pair here against the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And our other pair is Fairleigh Dickinson and Vanderbilt. So 4 terrific top teams facing off here on Bowl TV. We do appreciate everybody tuning in for continued coverage of the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational. We are at the ITRC, the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas. This is Matt Canizaro alongside Aaron Smith, and we'll be here wire to wire, bringing you the top teams in NCAA bowling. We saw 25 Baker games yesterday, 5 5-game matches, and now a little 4-match shift today for these 5 traditional games. A little bit slower pace and a little bit easier to follow on the scoreboard. So please sit tight, enjoy. And if you're tuning in just now, you picked the right time, as these are 4 of the best bowling teams in the country battling here for overall season records in this head-to-head match, and then total pinfall from this weekend's event will determine the seeding for tomorrow's best of 7 Baker elimination match play. We'll have all that for you beginning bright and early tomorrow morning. Competition officially kicks off with one more team game tomorrow at 8:25 a.m. local time, 9:25 Eastern. And then the exciting matches will start about an hour and 25 minutes later. So as these players attack this 38-foot NCAA number 2 pattern, please enjoy. If you have any questions, drop those in the chat room. We'd be happy to answer. And if you missed any of today's broadcast and want to go back and see it, it's in the archives, or it will be later on today. Yesterday's already there, and we'll have a recap for you tonight on bowl.com.
All right, we're underway in match number 9. We have results through match 8, though. Fairleigh Dickinson retakes the lead 86-63 over Nebraska, sitting in second 85-81. Central Missouri 81-45. Arkansas State 81-37. Maryland Eastern Shore 81-08. Sam Houston drops to 6th. Vanderbilt and Stephen F. Austin tied for 7th. North Carolina A&T 9th. Prairie View A&M 10th. Alabama State 11th. And Valparaiso in 12th. Fairleigh Dickinson recorded another win. They're up to 7-1. Nebraska at 6-2. Sam Houston at 5-3. Quite a bit of schools at 4-4. On the individual side, Fairleigh Dickinson's Melanie Hannon on top. Mary Wilson in second. Sarah Locker third. Katie Stark out of Vanderbilt and Jasmine Mason round out the top 5 for the individual standings. So we get to see the top 2 teams overall in pinfall here in match number 9. Only 2 pins separated them going into match 8, so Fairleigh able to create some distance. They're looking pretty lined up to start here on 11 and 12. A few early opens from Nebraska. They're a few frames back. Maryland Eastern Shore getting out to a nice start. A lot of bowling left to be done here in match number 9.
Well, Mr. Smith, a lot of strikes being thrown here on our right-hand pair. And it's really no surprise with these top two teams, Vanderbilt and Fairleigh Dickinson. And certainly the fans who have made the trip equally as fired up as the players about these strings of strikes, and shaping up to be a great game on 11 and 12, 9 and 10 Nebraska and Maryland Eastern Shore. Taking their time, just hitting the halfway point here of game number 4. The day's nearly complete. And then they'll have some time to enjoy all that Arlington has to offer. But right now, I'm sure they're not thinking too far ahead. They are not thinking about the Hall of Fame tour or Babe Chicken or anything like that in the general area here. They are very focused on the task at hand.
Well, we are getting down to the nitty-gritty here on Bowl TV and at the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational. Just one more game today and one more tomorrow to kick off competition starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Before we get into the match play bracket, it's all said and done, we will crown a champion here at the ITRC with wire-to-wire coverage coming to you from Bowl.com or Bowl TV. You can go Bowl.com too. That's a cool place.
Very informative. I think Bowl.com is potentially part of the future for the sport.
Vanderbilt found themselves tied for 7th after match number 8. First two bowlers looking to change that. FDU not going anywhere though, our tournament leader. Looking to make it 2 consecutive days at the top of the standings. Should be a fantastic finish here on 11 and 12. Maryland Eastern Shore with the early advantage over on 9 and 10, as you mentioned, a few frames behind.
Wowza.
The black and gold of Vanderbilt letting you know it.
How often do we talk about the cheers at these women's bowling events? They work as hard at those as they do on their bowling, and now we know if they keep on striking, it's going to get wicked loud in here.
Wicked loud, said Matt Kinniza. I like it.
So Vandy with a 6-bagger and a 7-bagger. There's a lot of black and gold on lane 12 right now. FDU quietly hanging in there. All right, folks, so 2 things to add to the bucket list if you haven't already. Experience college bowling in person. And if it's too late to compete, certainly as a spectator. And visit the ITRC here in Arlington, Texas. No training facility quite like it. Of course, the home of Team USA and Junior Team USA. Come and get a lesson, get analyzed, and bowl in the same lanes as some of the world's top competitors. All right, so now we'll head to the 9th frame on our featured pair 11 and 12, Vanderbilt and Fairleigh Dickinson. And the top 2 bowlers for Vanderbilt. Big strings of strikes. Some potential high volume excitement coming right up. All right, so 1 string continues, extended to 7. I turned the volume up there for you so you could get the true feel of the black and gold. And we'll see here, it's Amanda Fry. So we got a pair of left-handers trying to lead the way here for Vanderbilt. Fry going for 8 in a row. And doesn't get there. FDU answers. Back-to-back strikes here in the 9th frame. Rather than Eastern Shore and Nebraska, a little bit quieter over on our other featured pair. Fairleigh Dickinson's Melanie Hannon leading the way. 7:39 series for the first 3 games, followed by Mary Wells from Central Missouri. Some pretty good scores on this 38-foot NCAA number 2 pattern. Got 24 milliliters of oil, and we've seen a variety of equipment and ways to attack. I can't imagine what the transition is like at this point in the day. We're already almost 4 team games in. The lane's potentially opening up quite well. Saw some big scores early. But with so much talent, the players playing the lane's pretty similar. So that could affect the scores down the road. One more big game left, and then we'll call it a day. If you tuned in just for this game, pretty good time to do so. 4 of the best teams there are around.
Quite a 10th frame shaping up here on 11 and 12. Fairleigh Dickinson and Vanderbilt going toe-to-toe here. Melanie Hannon takes care of the spare for FDU. She was our individual leader after 3 games. Liat Vinzefeld for FDU. Great shot, rings the 10. Looking to take a double and an advantage into the 10th. Maryland Eastern Shore still at the advantage through 7 on 9 and 10. Thought we had some close matches earlier today, Mr. Canizaro, but with a spare here by Vanderbilt. Each team's working on the same amount of marks. It's going to be quite a finish. one of your least favorite squares to shoot at, the 2-4-7-8.
There aren't much more, or many more that I like less. I think that and the bucket. So they're going to get the right-hander though. Still challenging.
Renslow unable to get the 8-pin out. Now the advantage, however slight, go to our tournament leaders. Stark kicks off the frame the right way for the Commodores. She hasn't missed since the second frame. 260 still out there. FDU responds with a strike of their own. A lot of black and gold. Tough to keep count after that many. Karen Lukosius. His string of strikes ends with the 10-pin. She's still in the 240s. Nice 265 for Katie Stark. She was around the top 5 in the individual standings after 3, so she's not going too far after that. Amanda Fry now stepping up for Vanderbilt. The lefty can put up a 250 of her own here with the double. Stubborn 10. Morgan Brown responds for FDU. Big double. She was the last night working on a strike going into the 10th. Another strike for Brown. Puts her in the 220s. and Eastern Shore still maintaining slight advantage over Nebraska over on 9 and 10. Fry finishes up 245. What performance by the first two bowlers for Vandy. All three in the 10th for Morgan Brown for 226. FTU getting closer to holding this match in their own hands. Vanderbilt not ready to go away just yet, though.
Even Team USA assistant coach Tim Terrell-Kearney on the edge of her seat watching this match between FDU and Vanderbilt. This could be the most intensity we've seen all day. It's the conclusion of game number 4. Saving some fire for the home stretch.
And the missed spare from FDU. All of a sudden evens out the open from the anchor from Vanderbilt. So a humongous opportunity for Vanderbilt's fourth bowler, Giselle Pass, to take advantage of the strike she had in the 9th. Big 10th frame. Rebecca Reguero. This is something else. Melanie Hannon, one of the newest members of Junior Team USA. Answers back with a strike. Here's Paz, first shot of the 10th. Mixes him up. Just a bit high for Hannon. The second shot of the 10th leaves the 4. This would be a huge 3-bagger for Vanderbilt. Sophomore Giselle Pass. Second shot of the 10th. It leaves the 10th in. Coming down to the anchors. Critical open in the 10th for FTU. May come back and get him here. Working on a spare compared to Vanderbilt's open. As Vanderbilt made up enough pins to take care of business. got a bit of a cushion now, can get to 1081. FDU 1069 max score. And disaster in the 10th. The 4-6-7. And Vanderbilt's going to sneak this W out. Tough game for Robin Renslow, but teammates held her up here. .10:45 officially in the books. Maryland Eastern Shore. 4 out of 5 strikes in the 9th. Nebraska looking to make it 5 for 5. They're going to need everything they can get here if they want to improve their record to 7-2. .1071 to 10:45. Vanderbilt takes the win over Fairleigh Dickinson, our tournament leaders. Quite a performance down the stretch, though, from both teams. Have a question about individual standings. We will have those up at the end of the day. Be sure to check bowl.com after the broadcast. Give us a little bit to accumulate everything. There'll be a recap with all scores and information from the first 2 days of the event. We appreciate you all tuning in here to the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro at the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas. We still have one match to go after this. North Carolina A&T and Stephen F. Austin will be on lanes 9 and 10. Arkansas State and Prairie View A&M, our host here this week, will be making their way to 11 and 12. Just a few moments. We still have unfinished business between Nebraska and Maryland Eastern Shore. Nebraska is going to need some help here in the 10th, along with a big finish of their own. Maryland Eastern Shore currently in 5th, Nebraska in 2nd overall after 8. Freshman Melanie Copey takes care of the single pin for Maryland Eastern Shore. Here's Jasmine Mason for Nebraska. 4-pin unable to get the 9 out. Jasmine, the only Cornhusker working on multiple strikes, so that's gonna hurt him a little bit. Mariana Alvarado stepping up for Maryland Eastern Shore. Big double to kick off the 10th. Two for two with the late trip on the 7. Alvarado will be in the 2 teens. .215 in the books for Alvarado. Melanie Crawford does not get the 7-pin out. Time running out quickly here for Nebraska. The Hawks of Maryland Eastern Shore can put a lot of pressure here in the 10th. Valerie Riggin stepping up, working on a strike. Halves the 10-pin. Eastern Shore in the point where they just need to kind of play it, not necessarily play it safe, but avoid the big mistake here and fill some frames. So I don't believe Nebraska has the firepower to catch up here. This is our final match going on right now in match number 9. getting a little quiet here as teams begin to make their way to their next pair. Spectators alike finding their next nook and cranny to watch their favorite teams. Tatiana Munoz for Maryland Eastern Shore delivers to start the 10th. Brianna Zabarek, the lone Cornhusker working on a double, leaves at 3-6. So essentially all done here. It's looking like Math and Father Time have caught up with Nebraska this game. Good place for the 8-10 for Munoz. Finishes up 222.
You've seen one or two of those in your day.
I've been known to leave a Gary Schmidt occasionally. Thashiana Sarus for Maryland Eastern Shore leaves a 10-pin, first shot of the 10th. Problem on the spare. Good count will get her into the low 200s. Julia Bond finishes up 192 for Nebraska.
As the team switched lanes, certainly shows the ITRC not built for what college bowling brings, but how cool to say that you bowled an event here. As we get ready to see our final shot from Nebraska's Liz Colkin. The Huskers falling to Maryland Eastern Shore. One more match to go. Game 5 coming up in just a few minutes. Aaron typing away as we get ready for North Carolina A&T against Stephen F. Austin and Arkansas State and Prairie View. We'll have that for you in just a few minutes. Game 5 coming right up.
All right, folks, our final match of the day, match number 10, underway. North Carolina A&T and Stephen F. Austin competing on lanes 9 and 10. 11 and 12 features Arkansas State and Prairie View A&M. Arkansas State, an impressive start so far. 9 out of 10 strikes. We'll get a quick recap of the standings through match 9 in just a moment. They're scrolling across the screen where you can see those later tonight on bowl.com. We'll have a recap article with all the information. Fairleigh Dickinson extends their lead 97-07 over Nebraska, 95-50. Arkansas State third, 92-07. Central Missouri fourth. Maryland Eastern Shore fifth. Vanderbilt sixth. Stephen F. Austin seventh. Sam Houston State falling all the way down to eighth. North Carolina A&T ninth. Alabama State 10th. Prairie View A&M 11th. Valparaiso 12th in total pinfall. We saw Fairleigh Dickinson in that last match fall to Vanderbilt. They're 7-2 overall for the event. Katie Stark of Vanderbilt, who we saw shoot 265, is your individual leader. Sarah Locker from Arkansas State. Mary Wells, Central Missouri. Melanie Hannon, Fairleigh Dickinson, and Jasmine Mason on Nebraska. Those are your top 5 individual scores through our 4 games today. We'll get a chance to see Sarah Locker in just a few moments. She is the anchor bowler for Arkansas State. How we got here today. Yesterday's competition featured 5-game Baker matches with total pinfall determining who got the win and loss. Today we had 5 traditional games. The total pinfall for the event determines seeding for tomorrow's match play bracket. The win-loss total, though, is more the long-term goal. Teams add that together for the entire season. That helps determine who makes it to the NCAA National Championships to be held in April this year in St. Louis. We have 9 out of the top 10 ranked teams in the country here at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas for the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational. So we've been fortunate to see some fantastic competition throughout our broadcast up to this point, and we expect nothing less tomorrow. There will be one traditional game prior to the match play bracket, just so every team has the opportunity to bowl against each other. We got a 12-team field, so each team gets at least one match against everyone else. Once again, Fairleigh Dickinson, Nebraska, Arkansas State, Central Missouri, and Maryland Eastern Shore make up your top 5. We still have a few more frames to go before we are done today on Bowl TV. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. Certainly stick around till we're done tonight. Still a lot to be decided here. And, of course, pregame for the Super Bowl with us on Bowl TV as we crown a champion tomorrow.
right, so we've reached the halfway point of our final game for today here at the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational. Stephen F. Austin taking on North Carolina A&T. And to our right, our other featured pair, Arkansas State and tournament host Prairie View A&M. Fairleigh Dickinson in the lead right now, followed by Nebraska, Arkansas State, and Central Missouri. We'll have the final day 2 standings for you available on bowl.com. We'll have a quick recap of the weekend's action to this point, as well as links to overall pinfall standings, individual standings, and, as we did yesterday, the win-loss standings for the weekend. Do appreciate everybody stopping by. A nice little crowd in person and online on this Saturday afternoon. If you missed yesterday's 5-game Baker matches, you can check that out on the Bowl TV archives. And tomorrow we'll have one more traditional team game before we get ready for the exciting best of 7 bracket finish to this year's event. 2-time defending champion Nebraska, also in the field, 2012 winner Vanderbilt. 12 teams competing here at the ITRC, and 9 of the top 10 in the most recent NCAA bowling poll. So no shortage of talent, and no doubt we'll have an exciting conclusion to this event tomorrow afternoon. We'll be back on the air for that one team game at 9:25 Eastern, 8:25 Central, and that'll be followed almost immediately by the best of 7 Baker matches. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/BowlTV, so you'll be up to the date and get all the notifications when things are going to happen. You can find us on Facebook and Twitter, where we also post when an event is about to begin, and we provide the link for that. So sit back and enjoy the final 5 frames of competition. If you have any questions, feel free to share those in the chat room for us.
Quite a few opens here through 7 frames. Arkansas State is striking enough to hold a lead over Prairie View A&M. North Carolina A&T put together a nice 6th and 7th frame. So built some distance between them and Stephen F. Austin here in the final match of the day. All 12 teams here at the ITRC have had 2 days to combat this 38-foot NCAA pattern number 2. Some folks have made a nice jump in the standings. Arkansas State, in particular, making a big jump today. Currently find themselves in 3rd. Once again, with NCAA competition, how it generally works with the bracket on the final day, you just got to get into those top few spots to have a chance, and then it really comes down to winning your Baker matches. It doesn't work in a bracket in the traditional sense, where if you lose, you're out. All 3 teams where all teams will compete in 3 rounds. But your end position will vary depending on your seeding to begin with. You can only fall so far, you can only jump up so high. But you gotta be in those first few spots to have a chance to take home the title. And with 9 of the top 10 ranked teams in the country here, the Prairie View A&M Invitational, obviously high up there on the list for a lot of these teams to add to their trophy case.
Oh, it's essentially a mini national championship, I guess, with 9 of the top 10 teams. It's kind of a warm-up. One last chance to measure yourself against the best before you cruise into the postseason.
But we're not going to be done on Bowl TV with NCAA. Be sure to tune in to the Music City Classic. In early March, Lucas Wiseman will be bringing you the action. Lucas Wiseman will be a lot of places coming up. Of course, the USBC Masters starts up on the 2nd, Matt Cansara says.
Tuesday.
Tuesday. So
We're close.
that's what the two fingers
That's what
meant?
the 2 was. Yes, 2 for
Oh,
Tuesday.
okay.
Folks already headed that way. Sweepers start tomorrow night, but qualifying Tuesday. And that will be featured on PBA's Extra Frame. Certainly follow along. Lucas Wiseman will be there.
He will be delivering the Wiseman Jinx as often as possible.
Wiseman Jinx, most likely tweeting, Facebooking any key moments. Daily recaps available on bowl.com. And then, of course, at the conclusion of the week, big TV show. Can Jason Belmonte make it 3 in a row? It's a thrilling format at the Masters. 15 games of qualifying, and then he cut to the top 64 for double elimination, 3-game matches. So a very long week potentially, and he's made it through there twice in a row.
It's quite a performance last year as well, just to make the TV show. England's Don Barrett open in the 10th, giving Belmonte the chance to double to make the number 5 seed for the show. Yeah, reigning 2-time PBA Player of the Year now. Took advantage, earned the 5 seed, and ended up running the stepladder, taking care of it. Indiana's own E.J. Tackett in the finals.
I'm sure we'll see some top women at the Masters as well. Some former collegiate and NCAA players. Good to keep an eye on them and through social media find out who's practicing and who's traveling and what's going on. I'm sure we'll see Liz Johnson, DeAndre Beatty, and amongst others, and Kelly Kulik, of course. But this year's event being held in Green Bay. So a sellout in the Midwest. We had some success there in the Milwaukee area not too long ago, and now headed to the ice-cold north, the frozen tundra of Green Bay. But it's going to be an exciting week, so remember to check that out. Follow along, and a lot of great events coming up in the coming months here on Bowl TV. So keep an eye on bowl.com for the schedule, including the USBC Open Championships getting ready to kick off in El Paso March 7th. So pretty much non-stop coverage from now until 2018 or so.
And on the bright side, all those folks in Green Bay have nothing to do tomorrow because they have no football to watch. So they can go in there and support some great bowling at the Ashwaubenon?
There you go.
There we go. Bowling alley up there in Green Bay for the Masters. So that was my final shot of the 2015 season at Green Bay. So go Bears. It's going to be a long uphill battle for a while, but we'll worry about that next year. Because there's always next year. But right now on the lanes, North Carolina A&T in good position to take home another victory here. They're 5-4 overall, looking to go to make it 6-4. Stephen F. Austin also 5-4. Advantage still in Arkansas State's court against Prairie View A&M. I have a question in the chat room. Are all these teams going to St. Louis for the national championships? No, they are not. Unfortunately, only so many teams make it to St. Louis based on their overall ranking for the season, win-loss totals and such. I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to say. I think it's the top 8 end up making it to St. Louis. Looking ahead on the timeline, be exciting in Baton Rouge, Louisiana in 2017 with the NCAA championships heading to the home of the 2017 Women's Championships. looking forward to that down the road. Because it's all about a future for the sport. North Carolina A&T and Stephen F. Austin now in the 10th. The Aggies of North Carolina A&T enjoying the Bowl TV cameras. They put together two nice games for us today here on our featured pairs. Arkansas State looking to set up the 9th to put away Prairie View here. They're still not over, but it's going to be it's going to require a Big Ten frame here from Prairie View and maybe a little bit of help from Arkansas State to swing a win over to our hosts for this week's event. All right, a few more questions in the chat room, so we will go ahead and answer them since she's stepping up right now. The anchor for Arkansas State is Sarah Locker. She was actually second overall in the individual standings and through 4 games today. With a chance at 279 here. In Saturday's finale, she could move up another spot. Fantastic showing so far, 8 out of 9 strikes. North Carolina A&T was in 9th position overall. Double check that, it's scrolling above us right now. I believe it was 9th. They do find themselves quite a bit away from first place Fairleigh Dickinson. Just under 800 pin difference in the total pinfall from today. Who's calling the Hoosier Classic? It is not Aaron Smith or not Matt Cannizzaro, so Lucas Wiseman will be on hand for the final big regular season event from the 14-15 USBC collegiate season before sectionals start up in March. So hopefully that helped out everybody there. We will have a full recap, including individual and team standings, on bowl.com shortly after we finish up here. We just got to get all the stuff in our hands, and we'll make a quick report happen so everyone can prepare for the exciting conclusion tomorrow. We will crown a champion here on Bowl TV before it's all said and done. It's been exciting so far. I'd expect nothing less, especially in the Baker match play.
No doubt the pace and the volume will pick up tomorrow. As we get back to that Baker format. Best of 7 Baker matches. Nice way to end the weekend, or at least get fired up for that other sporting event happening tomorrow night.
Great tailgating opportunity with Bowl TV. Or if you're in the Arlington area, come on down and check it out for yourself. Free of charge to visit the ITRC and check it out. One-of-a-kind facility. If you ask for Matt Cannizzaro, he will gladly sign whatever you bring him.
Free of charge. Mr. Smith, it's nearly over. 5 games have flown by. Great shot. Fortunate result there on lane 10. On the 5-bagger, the Stone 8. North Carolina A&T will win this one easily over Stephen F. Austin. Sarah Locker leading Arkansas State against Prairie View A&M, the tournament host.
Yeah, this one was leaning towards Arkansas State quite a bit those last few frames, and it looks like it's about mathematically done. Arkansas State keeping their foot on the gas. Arkansas State, coached by Justin Kostick and new assistant coach Perry Crowell out of Midland. Made the finals of the X-Bowling Intercollegiate Singles Championships last year in Reno, Nevada. Fell a little bit short to Francois Lavoie out of Wichita State. Capped off a fantastic collegiate career, and he's given back to the sport now as helping out coaching these young ladies here.
Couple pairs to our left. Looks like Nebraska finishing strong after a not so great game 4. But last two bowlers, potential 270 games here as they take on Alabama State. Nebraska in second behind Fairleigh Dickinson. They're trying to make up a little bit of ground here.
About 150 pins difference between first and second. So we'll see if they can make it up. Great finish for North Carolina A&T. 1087 to 980 over Stephen F. Austin. Speaking of Nebraska, looks like Julia Bond and Liz Culkin are the 4-5 bowlers. Been that way most of the day. They're liking lanes 5 and 6 much more than 9 and 10 last game.
A great effort here on 9 and 10 though by North Carolina A&T. Finishing with 1087. Stephen F. Austin, 980. And we'll watch the final couple shots here between Prairie View and Arkansas State.
Matt Canzaro, here's a question tailored to you in the chat room, because you take advantage of it quite often. Can anyone come and bowl at the ITRC?
Absolutely. The ITRC is not only for the elite players. Anybody can come and schedule a full day, half day, you name it, a variety of packages and options to take advantage of all the great equipment, or simply just trying out some different lane conditions. They have the ability to pretty much put out any pattern that exists, whether it be WTBA, NCAA, PBA, you name it, just enough notice. And on any given day, they do have different patterns spread out across the house, and some bowlers are able to come in and just practice by the hour. I believe about $25 per hour, give or take. You can definitely call for more details if you're interested in coming out. And then, of course, during those lessons, they can customize those for you to let you know where your weaknesses are and your strengths, and try out some of the great technology here. So don't be shy. Check it out. Bowling ITRC. A lot of great information available, and yes, tell your friends, not just for the elites.
We're seeing an elite performance finish up here by Sarah Locker. Her final offering, looking to make it 279 for Arkansas State. 278, still not too shabby. 11:25, what a finish by Arkansas State to wrap up a Saturday. $11.25 to $9.73 over Prairie View A&M. Just like that, day 2 here at the 2015 Prairie View A&M Invitational. At least behind our feature pairs is coming to a close. So we want to thank everyone, and Matt Cannizzaro, take it away.
All right, folks, thanks for joining us today for continued coverage of this great event. We'll be back at it bright and early tomorrow. First game, one more traditional team game, will be 9:25 Eastern, 8:25 Central, followed by the best of 7 bracket match play. And we'll finally, at the end of the day, have a winner at this year's event. So have a good night. See you tomorrow morning. That's the news for now, folks. We'll see you on the lanes.